Thank you very much for that presentation. Let us give them a very big hand clap. Some people think prison work is the most stressful, but for us in prisons, we think differently. It is the most interesting because we are dealing with fellow human beings who are rational. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage, we are welcoming still our staff who are going to entertain us with the Kiganda traditional dance. And in there, they're coming. Like I told you, Uganda is blessed with diversity. And in every part of the country, you'll find very entertaining music and cultural practices. Once again, dear guests, you are very much welcome for this occasion. As we move towards the point where the chief guest will be coming in, we have to thank you for the patience you have so far shown as we continue to get entertained by different types of music. Please, the culture troupe, we don't have all day. Take your chance when you still have it. Please get set and get started.
kambatenge lekatu sanem lekatu sanukem lekatu sanukem lekatu sanukem bana basanu banamani oh banamasanu banamani lekambatenge kum oh banabana waiswa mane babide mane uda oh bana Abansonga bana oh bana abana oh bana 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 oh bana bana
Thank you very much for that very wonderful presentation. Let us give them a very big hand clap. Yes, in Uganda Prison Service, at the end of our duties, we settle somewhere and refreshing and manage stress. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another group coming in. Yes, we have another group coming in. At this juncture, I would like also to recognize the presence of the technical advisor, Jealous. You are very much welcome to this occasion. We also would like to recognize the Prisons Authority. You are very much welcome also to this occasion. Your presence matters a lot. The role of prisoners. They are going to act. They are not prisoners. They are staff who are going to act. What happens to prisoners when we bring them in our units? So these are members of staff. What kind of activities in the area of rehabilitation do we subject them to? So these are are members of staff. They are not prisoners. That disclaimer is hence put forward. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been witnessing a presentation whereby some staff have played the role of prisoners, and we've been seeing various activities taking place in rehabilitation. Vocational training is one of the key activities that the prisoners undergo as part of their rehabilitation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now take this opportunity to recognize Honorable Rosemary Nyachkongoro, Chairperson Defense and Internal Affairs Committee of Parliament. Thank you for coming. We also recognize Ms. Sharon Nyambe, Lesser Country Head, UNODOC. We recognize Lieutenant General Joseph Masanyufu, Permanent Secretary, Internal Affairs. We recognize the presence of Ambassador Charles Sentongo, Chief of Protocol, Minister of Foreign Affairs. We also recognize the presence of Ambassador Joseph Ochwet, Director, External Security Organization. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Oluka, Director, Internal Security Organization. Thank you all for coming to join us. We recognize the presence of Major General George Igumba, Chief of Personnel and Administration, UPDF. We recognize the presence of Commissioner of Police, Moses Kafero, Commandant Bwevaja, Police Staff College. We recognize the presence of Commissioner of Police, Fred Enanga, the spokesperson, UPF. We recognize Ms. Namugenyi Hawa Ndeke, Deputy RCC Central. We recognize the presence of Mr. Orech Martin from Prisons Authority. He's a member And we also recognize the presence of Mrs. Sewanyana, a member of Prisons Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring our invitation and coming to be with us on this occasion. We now have the prison's taekwondo and acrobats.
One, two, yeah! Yeah!
Hakuna muda.
Hakuna muda.
Pale.
Nani pale.
Shika mkono wa mzee wangu. Shika mkono wa mzee wako.
Pale. Katikiro, kuja hapa. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Katikiro. Fanya kazi baba.
Mkubali simama juu. Basi wa mzee. Wewe. Very well. Tunataka wewe. Kurapa wewe.
Wewe.
One, two, three.
Taekwondo!
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our taekwondo group. You know our kind of work requires a lot of skills in self-defense, because the inmates we are having sometimes can turn violent, and as a result, our staff must be able to protect themselves against that kind of violence. So the demonstration you have just seen is some of the skills that we keep our staff with, so that they can be in position to defend themselves against any kind of aggression. Thank you very much. Let us give them a very big hand clap.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to make a correction. Colonel Charles Oluka, Director, Internal Security Organization, you're most welcome. We also want to recognize the presence of Colonel Justus Rukundo, who is the Commandant of Oliver Tambo. You're most welcome, sir. We take this honor to welcome our Assistant Commissioner Generals of Prisons, Mr. David Sarasata. You're most welcome. He's in charge of production and engineering. We want to welcome Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Eri Muhumuza, in charge policy planning and research. You're most welcome, sir. Mr. David Ahimisibwe, Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, in charge of human resource. You're most welcome, sir. Mr. Moses Kakunguru, Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons. You're most welcome, sir. Mr. Emiku Samuel, Undersecretary, Finance and Administration. You're most welcome, sir. Mr. John Bosco Tumwebaze, Commissioner of Prisons, Assistant Director, Administration. You're most welcome. Mr. Milton Tio, Acting Director, Correctional Services. You're most welcome, sir. And I want to take this special honor to also recognize Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Samuel Akena, who has been the chairperson of the organizing committee of this function. Sir, we want to specially thank you for this organization. And he's in charge of special duties under the Office of the Commissioner General of Prisons. You're welcome, sir. I now take this opportunity to welcome the Prisons Jazz Band to give us an interlude. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the jazz band. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the Commandant of the Prisons Academy and Training School, who is my immediate supervisor, none other than Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Brenda Sana, who has brought us here today. Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Brenda Sana, for the good work. We also recognize the religious leaders who are here, can stand up for recognition. We have the Reverend Father, the Imam, and the other Reverend. I also want to thank the committee members that worked with Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons Samuel Akena. All of you as a team worked so hard, and we surely recognize you for that good work. Thank you very much. We welcome Etaguriro to entertain us.
Thank you very much, Distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
Just a reminder, the parade formed up before us is led by the overall parade commander, Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Eli Tumuramye, who is assisted by the parade twice Superintendent of Prisons, Josephine Nakakawa, assisted by the parade adjutant, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Simon Rubanga-Kene, the parade RSM, Assistant Matron Nafuna Caroline, in charge band. Earlier I had erred. I'm correcting this. He's Chief Grade 1, not Chief Grade 2, Moffat Dradema. Thank you very much. The jazz band.
People, open your eyes and dance across. Oh, really more. Some more of a shell, some more of a shell. Alaska. Almost the brave. Our nation will soon be as one. Really more. Your example of flame has shown us the light. Oh, Lord, yeah. And to those who have given their lives, praises to thee. Husbands and wives, all thy children shall reap what you sow. This continent is home. My brothers and sisters, stand up and fight. El drums on sunny. Really more. Your return of flame has shown us the light. Oh, Lord. Come on. You can. I'll continue. I'll continue.
Let us give another big hand clap to our jazz band. Yes, Ugandan Prison Service, we have one of the best jazz bands in the land. And on such occasions, it's befitting to have them here to entertain us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are readying ourselves for the arrival of the chief guest. And as we continue waiting, we would like, if you are seated near somebody whom you don't know, introduce yourself and get to know one another. But at the same time, let us maintain social distancing because COVID is still in place. I would like to thank the jazz band for playing that revolutionary song, because all the benefits we are having in this country came on the wheels of a revolution launched by the NRM. Thank you very much.
Switch it, be
Jazz band. We are very glad the chief guest is arriving any minute from now. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. When the fountain of honor arrives, of course, we shall be asked to rise and receive our chief guest. After the chief guest has arrived, we shall sing the anthems. From the anthems, there will be inspection of parade. After parade inspection, we shall have prayers and then the march past, both in slow and quick time. As you can see for yourselves, the convoy is jetting in. There he arrives. I request we all stand. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Haburwa, has arrived at Kororo Ceremonial Grounds to grace the occasion of the pass out of 218 recruit warders and wardresses of Uganda. 2018 recruit warders and wardresses of Uganda Prison Service. The receiving party, Your Excellency, you are welcome. We are so honored to receive you, Your Excellency. Parade Commander.
Jambo Mheshimiwa Rais, walito vyombo wako meunda na askari maangalizo wako wamesimama katika mistari mitatu, wote ni vikundi 48 tayari kwa ukaguzi wako Mheshimiwa Rais.
The parade commander has asked for permission for the inspection of the parade. We may resume our seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, parade inspection is now going on. The parade commander is Assistant Commissioner General, Commission of Prisons, Eli Tumulamye. The parade twice is Superintendent of Prisons, Josephine Nakakawa. The parade adjutant is Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Simon Rubangakene, and the parade RSM is Assistant Matron Nafuna Caroline. The in-charge band is Chief Grade 1 Bradema Moffat. Ladies and gentlemen, these trainees have undergone training in the Prisons Academy and Training School, and that's why you see them here smart and ready for pass out. The training school has a vision, and this vision is to be a human resource center for providing correctional and professional excellence in Africa. As these trainees are trained, we make sure whatever they do, there is a degree of excellency. The mission of the academy is to offer training that is responsive to correctional needs. And as we train them, we make sure whatever they do, it is in line with the correctional needs of the inmates, as the whole aim of UPS is to correct, to safeguard the offenders and then correct them, rehabilitate them, and send them back to the society when they are new people. Ladies and gentlemen, to qualify to be recruited or to be admitted in the academy to join as a recruit, these people you see here had the following qualifications, or in case their qualifications, which my colleague is going to come in and elaborate in future. In case one wants to join, you have to have such qualifications.
Thank you very much. Uganda Prison Service first and foremost, to become a staff of Uganda Prison Service, you must be a Ugandan, and that means you must be a holder of a valid national identity card. You must have passed Uganda Certificate of Education and must have attained 4 credits, at least one of which must be in English, and a pass in mathematics at least obtained at the same sitting or its equivalent. Must be physically fit and mentally sound, because our work demands that our staff must be physically fit and mentally sound. One must possess a national identity card, I mentioned that, and one must be between 18 and 35 years of age. Must have no criminal record. Indeed, we are recruiting this staff to take charge of the people sentenced, and therefore we need people with a clean record, and they should not have committed any offense that we are convicted of. One must have recommendation letters from local leaders of place of origin from LC 1, LC 2, and LC 3. The course duration is a minimum of 9 months. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you that our staff, as you look at them, there is a very serious nationalistic outlook in that the recruitment process went to every district and got at least people from every district. I can tell you that every district here is represented and every tribe is represented. Because as Uganda Prison Service, one of our core values is to ensure that transparency prevails in all whatever we do. The course description will be given by my colleague because he has been very much in charge at the center of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the basic course of warders and wardresses which these trainees have undertaken is a course that seeks to inculcate in the recruits or in the trainees the fundamental ideals in the management of offenders in UPS. So as they are getting trained, there is an insight into the vision and mission and the objectives of UPS. They get to know a lot. They get to be told a lot about what UPS is all about. The mission, the vision, the objectives, the values, and the curriculum also empowers them to have the basic skills and knowledge that they need to be transformed from being civilians to officers that can do professional prisons work. In other words, to officers that can be able to safely and securely keep the offenders in the units. Ladies and gentlemen, the specific objectives of this course which they do include to produce prisons officers who fully appreciate the prison's organizational culture. As you are aware, it is very difficult to work in an organization if you cannot or if you don't know very well the culture of the organization. So these trainees here fully understand the culture of the prison service, the smartness, the professionalism, and all those values. And of course, things about safety and security of offenders, issues of rehabilitation and reintegration of inmates, issues of professionalization, and of course, the basic issue of human rights. Because in all we do as the prison service, human rights are at the center of our programs, whether training programs, whether correctional programs, and whether other mandates. Ladies and gentlemen, the basic course which the trainees have gone through is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is a basic phase, which is covered in our camp, in the camp of Chitalia, which involves physical training, political education and ideology, and other courses, probably as the Commandant later on will elaborate. And there is phase 2, which involves the training of a prison of the prison's duties, what a prison's officer should do in terms of responsibilities of a prison's officer, how we should treat the inmates, how we should deal with the administration of sentences, the human rights, the guidance, and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, the third phase is the field attachment, where they go out to do the dual training. And they have done it, and they are ready here. The Fountain of Honor, ladies and gentlemen, is proceeding now to inspect the band. After the inspection of the band, we shall be asked to raise, and then we shall have prayers. Later on, we shall proceed with a march past in both slow and quick time.
May we all rise to receive His Excellency. Your Excellency, you are welcome. Your Excellency, Lordship, the Chief Justice, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite the religious leaders for a word of prayer. Religious leaders, please come.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. All praise and thanks unto Allah, the Lord of mankind, jinn and all that exists. Peace and blessing of Allah upon the master of all messengers, Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his relatives, companions and followers. I ask Allah to protect and guide, bless my beloved President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I also request Allah to bless my Commissioner General of Prisons, IGP, CDF, and other high-ranking officers. As I ask Allah to give blessings, guidance to my brothers and sisters who have completed their course today. May the Almighty Allah give them good deeds. I ask Allah to protect us in this occasion and after. I ask Allah to put us in the right path and keep us away from the act that you have forbidden. Oh Allah, please purify our hearts from thoughts that would not fit your grandeur. Please allow us to live worshiping you and die as believers. Mheshimiwa Raisi, kwa majina naitwa Sheikh Muhammad Mlaje, imamu ya Magereza miaka 9, lakini makumbusho yangu mwaka 2015 mwezi ulikuwa ya 7, tulikuwa mahali fulani, ukanihadisha kwamba utanipeleka Maka na kununulia gari ya kutembeza. Hiyo ni maombi yangu na kukumbusha kwangu, na tegemea majibu. May Allah accept our prayers. Amen.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for your goodness towards our country, Uganda. We thank you for the wisdom bestowed upon the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the cabinet ministers, and all leaders in this our nation. We thank you for the Uganda Prison Service under the leadership of the Commissioner General, Canon Dr. John Byabasajja, and the entire leadership of the Prison Service. We thank you for all the senior and junior staffs here present. On this special day, we invoke your mighty presence on this occasion and the entire universe. We pray for the officers ready to be passed out. May you give them good health and dedication to do your work as they serve this nation with love and integrity. Lord, this nation needs God-fearing people, people with discerning hearts as they serve their nation diligently, refraining from alcohol and corruption. We pray for a nation of faith, a nation of love, a nation of unity, and a nation that honors your holy name. For God and my country, Reverend Father Joseph St. Omero.
Thank you very much, religious leaders. Let's put our hands together for the religious leaders' prayer. And without much ado, Your Excellency, permit me to invite the parade commander to take us through the march past in slow and quick time. Parade commander.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the parade, for that wonderful display, headed by the parade commander, ACP, Eli Tumwine. Thank you so much. Eli Tumurami. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this honor to invite the Commandant of the Prisons Academy and Training School, Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Brenda Sana. For a record, the first female commandant. You're most welcome, Afande.
Our chief guest, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Cabinet Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament present, the Uganda Prisons Authority, the representative of the Chief of Defense Forces, representative of Inspector General of Police, the Commissioner General of Prisons, the religious leaders present, all invited guests in your various capacities, the graduates, ladies and gentlemen. As I have been introduced, I am Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Brenda Sana, the Commandant of the Prisons Academy and Training School. I welcome you all to the pass-out ceremony of 2018 recruit warders and wardresses who have completed a basic prisons officers course. Out of these, 1,464 are male, while 554 are female. Initially, we had 2,087 reporting. However, 57 fell out along the way for a variety of reasons, which ranged from being medically unfit to grounds of indiscipline, so they had to be dismissed from the training. And we eventually have 2018 passing out today. The recruits reported on the 5th of April, 2021. The initial 7 months of their training was held at Chitalia Prisons Training Camp. And these are the modules that they passed through. They did physical training, usually referred to as PT. They have also done parade drills, as can be seen today. They studied tactics. They did field craft, map reading. They also had political education and ideology. They studied Kiswahili as a mode of communication. They also had introduction to Uganda Prison Service. They studied the duties and responsibilities of a prisons officer. They also studied treatment of inmates, administration of sentences of imprisonment, which we usually refer to as remission. They also studied human rights, skills at arms, both the theory and the practical. They did self-defense, also known as taekwondo, some of which was displayed earlier today. They also studied first aid, guidance and counseling, introduction to ICT, introduction to law. They did general and cross-cutting issues, that is environment, gender, and others. They also did counterterrorism and internal security. Usually, the acronym is COINS. Then they also ended by doing field attachment. This field attachment was done in different prisons all over the country, and it lasted 2 months. I would like to thank the officers in charge in these penal institutions where the recruits did the attachment for mentoring them. And I call upon you today as they pass out and they come to you, please continue mentoring them. Your Excellency, the recruit warders and wardresses passing out today are the first contact of a prisoner as he comes into the prison. Therefore, how they treat this inmate at first contact is very important. And as such, they have been trained to be professional and observe the rights of prisoners in whatever they do, as is required of them by the Mandela Rules, which are also known as the standard minimum rules for the treatment of inmates. And this has been core in all that they have been trained in. I can comfortably say they are ready for the task ahead of them, basing on the training that they have undertaken. Your Excellency, allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to you for attending this pass-out ceremony. This only goes to show your commitment to the rehabilitation of offenders, which can only be possible if the staff are well trained for that duty. May the good Lord add you more years. I also like to thank my committed group of trainers at the Prisons Academy and Training School. From the bottom of my heart, I extend my gratitude to you for your tireless and selfless effort in making sure that the raw recruits that are sent to you are molded into the officers we see passing out this morning. I thank you and I thank you. To the parents of the graduates, I thank you for educating your children up to this level where they can now serve the government of Uganda. Thank you for entrusting them to the Uganda Prison Service, and I urge you to continue supporting them. To the graduates, congratulations upon this milestone. For every beginning, there is always an end. Today, you come to the end of your basic training. Welcome to Uganda Prison Service. I call upon you to work diligently. You have been equipped with what it takes to execute your duties. I wish you all the best in your careers and keep your eyes on the goal. I thank the entire government of Uganda, headed by HE, the President. I thank the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and I thank Uganda Prison Service, headed by the CGP. For God and my country.
Once again, let us put our hands together for the Commandant for not only being a good trainer, but also an eloquent lady. Your Excellency, with your permission, I request the Commissioner General to come and present the recruit orders and wardresses for pass out, as he's the chief trainer, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, my Lord, the Chief Justice, Chagamoy Owinyedoro, the Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs, General Kahinda Otafire, the Minister of State for Internal Affairs, General David Muhoozi, the Vice Chairperson of the NRM, Moses Chigongo, my colleagues, the service chiefs, the permanent secretary, Minister of Internal Affairs, Lieutenant General Joseph Musanyufu, the chairperson of the Defense and Internal Affairs Committee of Parliament, Honorable Rosemary Nyachukongoro, the Deputy RCC Kampala, the country head of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, Sharon Reza Nyambe, the senior officers of the Uganda Prison Service and UPDF, the officers in charge of the penal institutions who are here, the parents, representative of the graduates, invited guests in your various capacities. I had skipped the members of the Prisoners Authority. Don't take it on me, it was just an error. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, we are sincerely happy to have you here to preside over the pass out of our new staff, the 2018 recruit warders and wardresses. This is a milestone in the prison service because it is the largest number of recruits we have ever had in prisons. When you appointed me Commissioner General of Prisons 2005, my warders and wardresses were 1,900, less than these ones who are passing out today. The whole prison service. This is a very significant development. Your Excellency, want to thank you for that effort to make our numbers count. With this 2018, our total staff strength is 12,689, which represents 26% of the establishment. 26% of the establishment we can do probably halfway the job we are supposed to do. If we can have such a number again in the next financial year, that would bring us to 40%. And there we would start talking, just stamping our chest that we are a service that is going to deliver service to the public. Your Excellency, we have already recruited 200 cadets, as you directed. They are in camp in Shire training. I think the tasks which you gave us to accomplish are no longer if they can be accomplished, but when we have such a manpower and human resource. Today morning, we opened for $68,000 prisoners, 52% of which are remand prisoners. These are the people who are still going to court. And they really drain our resources in our prisons. Our congestion at the moment is 360%. 360%. This is a very serious issue because it impacts on the mobility and the mortality of the inmates. It impacts on the health of this staff. One of the hazards of being a prison officer in a prison is to contract a communicable disease from the inmates who have been exposed because of congestion. Your Excellency, we shall continue to build prison cells to contain these numbers of inmates. But the fundamental problem is in the criminal justice system. We have noted the significant improvements in the judiciary. I think these improvements will cascade through the DPP, through the investigating arm of police, and eventually to prisons. That's the only way we shall tackle this big population of remand prisoners. I wish in the next 6 months I can convert half of them into convicts. My Lord the Chief Justice, that's what I want. I want convicts. I have work to do. Your Excellency, some of those remand prisoners who are still attending court, they walk to court. And when they are walking, it means these young and women will also be walking. If you take a court like Bundibujo, the inmates have to walk from, and the staff from Bubupanga, go to Bundibujo, attend court, and come back. The recent improvements of the budget cannot meet the demand of the transport system we require, or the transport equipment we require. Recently, we acquired buses from a local manufacturer. I think the name is Metu something. I was suggesting that, sir, with your support, we can make a consignment of these buses, let's say about 20, in a short period of time, so long as he is guaranteed to be paid subsequently. It would solve this problem of these people who are going to start working. Courts. Your Excellency, I talked about the investigative arm of the police. I want to give an example. If a suspect is caught with having stolen cows or goats, why should this person spend 6 months in the prison awaiting trial? That's why I was urging for that criminal justice system also to be oiled the way the judiciary has been oiled. And we shall be talking of delivery of justice. Your Excellency, you gave us several tasks. My interest is mainly in the 1 million bales target you gave us by approximately using it on 44,000 acres. My Excellency, recently we acquired 8,000 acres for cotton growing from the sub-county of Orom in Kitgum. Kotido district has also availed us 10,000 acres for cotton growing. Kalenga is also on record. They are also threatening to give us some 10,000 acres. Your Excellency, with the equipment which you are supporting us to acquire for mechanization, it's no longer a question of if we shall meet the target. It is a question of when. Because you have committed staff, technical human resource, and we have the will to meet that target so that we can participate in the social economic transformation of this country. Your Excellency, permit me to give a word of advice to the graduates. If His Excellency pleases pass you out today, you should go to your institutions and stick to the core values of the Uganda Prison Service. The values of discipline, professionalism, integrity, oneness, and you will succeed in your career. You will grow and grow to reach these ranks. Divert from that one, you know the prison's discipline. It will catch up with you. Finally, Your Excellency, the members of prison service you see here are very loyal to government. They are very loyal to you as Commander-in-Chief. They have demonstrated this with ideological clarity in the recent past. They are going to continue supporting you as we endeavor to steer this country to the middle income. We are determined, we are hardworking, we are ideologically very clear. The sky is the limit. Your Excellency, thank you very much for listening to me. Probably I should have also thanked the Commandant and his directing staff for producing this caliber of trainees. I know what they have trained in. They are well trained. And they can handle any thuggery that is thrown at them. They can handle effectively. Thank you very much. May I take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs, Major General Tad Kahindo Tafire, to come and give his remarks and invite you to address the graduates. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Museveni, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, my Lord the Chief Justice, Chigamoi Owinidoro, my colleague, the Right Honorable Vice Chairman of the NRM Party, Moses Chigongo, my colleague, Minister of State, General David Mhozi, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Internal Affairs, Lieutenant General Joseph Musanyufu, the Commandant General, the Commandant General for the Prison Service, and your service chiefs, Chairperson of the Defense and Internal Affairs Committee, members of the Prison Service, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to reiterate what the Commissioner General has already said, that we are really gratified with your presence honoring this pass out of these prison warders and wardresses. I don't have to go through the litany of the tribulations of the service. The Commissioner General has already enumerated problems of congestion, lack of transport, and other attendant issues you are well aware of. However, we are grateful for this occasion. Before I invite you to address the graduates who are graduating in a very short time, I would like to remind them that if they are welcome to the prison service, our prison service, unlike what it was in the past, is no longer penitentiary, but a correctional service. I want to remind them that nobody is born a criminal. The disposition to deviant behavior is a result of environmental and cultural circumstances, and sometimes mental challenges. So I want you to treat these inmates as human beings, first and foremost, victims of circumstances. Render them the dignity they deserve as human beings, while you are tough with them as people who are serving correctional sentences. The prison service and myself and my colleagues has decided that we should endeavor to concentrate on behavior change through therapeutic and occupational therapy. Hence, would like to increase the facilities for training in skills so that those who leave these institutions go out better citizens than when they come in. We want to give them a second chance in life. Therefore, Your Excellency, we've decided that we should expand our workshops, not only do tailoring and carpentry, but also want to venture into shoemaking, armed forces apparel, etc., computer training, mechanical workshops, etc., because we have, fortunately, some of these skills within the prison service and would like to put them to good use. Allow me to reiterate what the Commissioner General has said, that our judicial service, fortunately, I was Minister for Justice just a while ago, is still lacking, inadequate. Not because they are not hardworking, but because the ratio of judicial officers to the population amenable to crime is incompatible. We have few judicial officers and few court facilities. I therefore beg that you intervene and ask the Minister of Finance to increase our capacity to do ICT court processes, so that instead of prisoners walking to court, court can be conducted while the inmates are in their place of abode and the judges are in their chambers. That will reduce the need for walking from where this individual prison to the court premises, so that wherever we can conduct court, where we have capacity to install ICT facilities, we conduct court on video. Wherever we can't, then we transport the inmates, the remands to court, and that will lessen the burden of the inmates walking to court and the prison staff escorting them. I thank you. May I take this opportunity to invite you to address and graduate the graduates. I thank you.
His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Ministers, the Commissioner General Prisons, the Prisons Authority, the CDF, IGP, officers and personnel of the Uganda Prison Services, and all the invited guests. First of all, I want to congratulate the Minister of Internal Affairs and the Commissioner General of the Prison Services for reinforcing the prison services with more manpower, trained manpower. Congratulations. Africa is going through a conceptual problem you can hear of insecurity and collapse of state institutions in a number of African countries. The terrorists are taking over parts of the African countries. In Mali, in Burkina Faso, I hear in Cameroon also, Benin, I think also Togo, Nigeria, Central African Republic, in Congo here, in northern Mozambique, in Somalia, you get this phenomenon of breakdown of state authority. I've been telling the colleagues that this is mainly a conceptual problem. The conceptual problem is, how do you provide security when you have got a small economy? I normally tell my colleagues that can't a poor man guard his house? Can you say, because I'm poor, I can't guard my home? I think that is a failure of analysis. This is the very problem the NRM faced when we came into government. The economy was totally down, but we had to find a solution to guard Uganda, even with a small economy. And the army has done it. The UPDF, NRA have done it. Uganda is, we were never called United Nations to come and defend us. Never. We had problems from all over the place, Sudan, Congo, Kenya at one time. We had a problem on the Rwanda border with the regime of Habyarimana, but we defended Uganda by ourselves. Not only did we defend Uganda by ourselves, but when it became necessary, we contributed to security in other places. The terrorists had taken over Mogadishu. We went and chased them out of Mogadishu. We are now dealing with ADF. ADF had taken over that part of Eastern Congo. You can imagine people, those Congolese people apparently are hard-working people. They grow cocoa. Apparently they grow a lot of cocoa. Even our people in Bunduwijo had copied them. They also grow cocoa. And what ADF were doing, they would wait for the crop. When it is ripe, They come and chase the owners and harvest the cocoa and sell it. Can you imagine? That's how ADF have been getting money. Apart from taking minerals and things like that. So, with the army, we're able to analyze and find a way of how to provide security even when the economy is small, was small. I think the problem with that, we have not sufficiently spread that doctrine to the other sectors. Even myself, I have not closely come in to interact with the police force and with the prison services to deal with this issue of concept. The concept of omunaku okwelwanako. Omunaku okukuma amakage. How does a poor man guard his home? Surely you cannot say, I can't guard my home because I'm poor. And this problem of dependency and inadequacy is very pervasive in Africa. When we were fighting Idi Amin, I went to a meeting somewhere, and they were saying, oh, we should collect money and get Israelis to kill Idi Amin. Imagine that they should get money to hire Israelis, because Israelis are the ones who know how to fight, to kill Idi Amin. I said, you people, you must be something. We shall fight Idi Amin ourselves. Why do you want to hire anybody to fight for you? Now, I will get time and meet the prison services, the prison authority, and the leaders, and we talk. I know, for instance, the prison services have got a good building unit, a construction unit. I think they have. Yeah. Because the other day I visited, the other year I visited some nice houses which you built there in Ruzira. I visited them. So then, if you know how to build houses, why don't you build more prisons? By yourselves, so that the Minister of Internal Affairs would look for money to buy the materials, to buy the cement, buy the steel bars, and then you construct the prisons. I have not really concentrated on that, but when we meet, I will ask you that question. Why can't we build quickly those, so that the only because the problem you have, the army had that problem. They had a disease of what they call contractors. Have you heard of those people? Contractors. Contractors. Contractors were about to kill Uganda. And when I analyzed for the army people, I showed them that they were in the wrong direction. A contractor, first of all, many of these contractors in Uganda are poor people themselves. Baavu, kati omwavu g'owadde omulimu gw'okuzimba. This mwavu, this poor person, does not have his own money, does not have his own capital. So when you give him a job to construct, he goes to the bank, these commercial banks. He goes to the commercial bank and borrows money at 24% to come and buy the materials. Secondly, because he's a private sector person, he wants profit of 20%. So already you have got 44% additional money. Nothing to do with the building, which you want, because you want a building. But this character is going to, first of all, get money to pay the banks from which he has borrowed. And then he wants a big profit of 20%. Then, because he's private sector, there is, what do you call that tax? VAT, something called VAT, 18%. So, 44 plus 18, I think it comes to 62%. Then the fellow, these contractors of yours, they are poor people. The Banyankore say, Kosha Womunaku, Nugomenera Gatakuka. When you ask something from a poor man, you are making yourself poor forever. You should never accept anything from a poor man. Even if he gives it to you, say, please, thank you very much. You solve your problems first. So because he doesn't have his own capacity, he hires transport from other people now. So that adds another maybe 10%. So instead of building a facility for 1 billion shillings, you are now going to build it for 1.8 billion. The 0.8 is from those non-construction activities, nothing to do with the building. 0.8 is the profit of banks, commercial banks, profit of private people, tax of government, transport costs. So instead of out of 2 billion shillings, instead of getting 2 structures, you now have only 1. So this is a big mistake. If it is a government company, if it is, you call it, you know, these civil servants, I don't know where they learn whatever the way they do things. There's what they call it. I think they call it direct labor. This is what they call it. When you do the work yourself, the department. Force Vote on account. Whatever it is. That one. But the point is, okwekorera omulimo, to do the work yourself, so that the only cost we are struggling with, that we should be struggling with, to get enough prisons, enough even accommodation for the staff themselves. We should be struggling with the money to buy the materials. This is what we should be struggling for. To buy the cement, buy the mtayimbwa, get the transport, the fuel to transport. That's what we should be struggling with. And by the way, this is not, I don't know, you like working with foreigners, but some of these foreigners hide the knowledge from you. The American army is the one which built the railways of the country. Forget about their own houses. Even the railway of the country. Like this railway which were hawking around. Who will build the railway? Who will build the railway? In the US, it was built by the army, the railway of the country. Forget about the houses, of their own houses. So, I had not concentrated on this. I dealt with it in the army. I would like you to look at this issue. To come here and kutonzya izo banyankwera ulisho oh banange nga tufudde katunakola tutya about buildings, ebizimbe, enyumba, amaju. Maybe we'll put it in Runyankore, it will be better. When we have got builders, who are the civil engineers here? Do we have some? Who are here? Stand up and we'll see you how you look like. Come forward here on the Mzindaru. Come and tell us. Genda wali. There's another engineer. Come, all of you come. Go on the microphone there. Tell us what qualifications you have for building houses.
Your Excellency.
Your name and all that.
I'm called the Engineer Henry Tiverondwa. I'm the Assistant Commissioner in charge of engineering, Uganda Prison Service. I'm a registered engineer.
You qualified as?
I'm a civil engineer stroke electrical. I have a diploma in electrical engineering, a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, and master's in project management.
Oh, thank you. That's to be around now. You stand a bit. The other one?
Your Excellency, I'm Samuel Mukasa, Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Estates and Engineering.
What are your qualifications?
I have a bachelor's in civil engineering, and bachelor's in engineering.
Bachelor's?
Yes.
Okay. And the other one? That's Mukasa.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Msuvuga Hannington. I have a bachelor's in electrical engineering.
Civil engineering?
Electrical engineering, sir.
Electrical?
Yes, sir.
Kata wasajja wano balina ettima. A tima in Luo is called nyeko. Tie nyeko ma take can. Because they know how to build, but they are keeping quiet. When people are crying for why can't you build these houses? What is the problem?
Your Excellency, we've started on that work, even the prisons. We are now building our prison in Ntungamo. We are doing a prison in Rukunjiri.
Katonda yebazibwe bannange. So I am now preaching to the choir. Thank you so much. Go and sit down. So please, Uganda prisons, Uganda police force, let us stop this business of crying for more prisons, more houses for the staff. Let's build them ourselves. Let the demand be, give us more building materials. Give us more money for more cement, for more metayimbwa, and maybe we can recruit more civil engineers, and more. That should be the direction. So that, and actually you can even earn money from the public. You can these Chinese companies, which you see here, taking a lot of money from here, all these Chinese road companies, originally, many of them were army companies, army construction companies. It is when they finished building all the houses in China that the government told them, you go abroad and get for jobs from the sleeping ones. All of them, Norinco, what? Some of them I know, some I don't know. But there's one they call China Railway something. These were all army companies. Chinese army companies. You are the ones who have got more capacity to do. After this, you can go and even earn money from the public. Build for the public. And they pay you. And not only here in Uganda, you can also go and see others who are sleeping somewhere else. Now, that is on the prisons and on the houses for accommodation. But one of the techniques which I advised the UPDF, they didn't follow up very much. I don't know why. Not wholly. My advice was, you people, the country you have taken over is a poor country. Economy had collapsed. Economy has come up a bit now. It's bigger by almost 30 times. But still, we still have many things to do. But your manpower, your soldiers have human problems. They have their children who need education. They have medical issues. And they need to do something in their homes when they retire. So although they are getting small salaries, if you build army schools, of the soldiers, they study free. First of all, primary, later on secondary. Maybe at university we may have some issues there. because it may not be easy to build a university specifically for army only. But if I am a prison warder, and although I'm getting a low salary, my child studies free in a primary school. He studies free in a secondary school. I'm getting free medical care. The wife is getting free medical care. The one who is getting big salary, how much better is he? How much better off is he than me? Because my children have gone to school, educated by the government. The government. The government facility. So they built secondary schools, primary schools in the barracks. They even had army secondary schools in Masindi and other places. But I think because of the general, Erueru, is it Erueru? Come and tell us what's happening to army secondary schools. Because that was the concept. The concept was, let the children of the soldiers study free. Why does the soldier, what do we need to educate a child? We need teachers and classrooms. And the army can build a school in every barracks, primary school. Secondary school, you can build one per division area. And the government pays the teachers. Teachers are paid by the government. Government is building the classrooms. So what is the money for? The money you soldiers, you pay. What is it for? So what's happening to my idea? Is this still there or it's dead?
Your Excellency, we are still working on it.
Oh, that means it died a bit. When you hear words like work in progress.
Your Excellency, we are working on it, to be honest.
Now, what is the man talking about?
We are building, first of all, brigade headquarters. Every brigade must have a headquarter. And in each brigade, we have a hospital, we have a school, we have all the facilities that we require for the soldiers, including their families. We have schools in Bondo. We have built a school there. We have a school.
What happened to the original school, the ones that I had built in Akasongola, Masindi?
Your Excellency, those ones are doing very well. This one's in Akasongola, this one in Masindi, Mbarara, of course, Jinja. You go to Rubongi, we have a school. We have been a school in
so you mean you want to bring them to spread them to lower levels?
Yes, we first of all want to start with the brigades.
Okay.
Then down we shall come to battalions.
Okay.
Yes.
Kade, now my morale has gone up now.
Thank you, Excellency.
Because I thought because what I did, I started with the 4 schools, secondary schools, regional. The one of Jinja, Nakasongora, Masindi, Rubongi, and Mbarara. These have graduated people who are now big people. They have graduated, people who are now big people. But now, I think what he's talking about is later on I gave them instructions to go down to the brigades, which is very good. So, if the prison services takes on the job of educating free the children of soldiers in their own schools and medical care, then even if I'm getting the small salary, my future is secured because my children have got education by the government. Now, the only problem I had was the university, because in the university, people are doing, some are doing women's studies, others are doing degree in conflict resolution, another one. So I think I advise the Army people, you select a few best courses for the university. We can even have an Army university or an Armed Forces university shared by the Armed Forces, where we have only a few courses. Not, if you want for women's studies, you go somewhere else. But if you are looking for chemistry, for biology, for physics, for math, we can even have the lawyers. Lawyers also somehow, they say they're useful. I'm not very sure, but we can have something for lawyers, and then we can have the other old subjects, history, geography, and so on. Now, if you want the other ones, they keep adding on women's studies, conflict resolution. Somebody has got a degree in conflict resolution. Then I say, what will you do when conflicts are over? If you want those, you can go somewhere else. But a university like an armed forces university like that can help either the children study free or the parents give a subsidized something. Then the children of the soldiers study free. The only problem of the army, I think when they were a bit overwhelmed, because by the time we took over, many of them had no children. They were young. But the schools were full. I said, these children who are in the school, where are they? They brought their relatives. Their relatives, these are the ones who overcrowded the schools. But if it was strict, only for the biological children of the servicemen, you can have a secure future even for our servicemen, even when they are getting a small salary. Then finally, the other issue was, okay, when you retire, what will happen? You better have something at home. And that's how we started this Wazalendo Circle. There was a Wazalendo Circle, a circle where the soldiers get money, go and do something at home, pay back already by cutting from their salaries. And this one the government can support. It's easy to support. And you can put in obkwakurizo. Conditionalities, somebody will not get a loan of that type unless he has served for maybe 15 years. So that we don't have, you come tomorrow, the following day you are going for a loan. No, hold on. So go collect whatever work. So, a poor man can defend his home, provided you know what to do. So therefore, I appeal to I will get time and meet the prison authority and also the police authority so that they brief me what is happening on the welfare and future of the servicemen, so that when I work for the government, I am sure that my future is also secure, at least as far as the basics are concerned. And I don't have to worry here, worry there. So with these few words, now with that approach, then we shall not have the other fear. Because the other fear is that because you are tying the security service to be provided to the country, because all these people are providing different security services. The medical are providing a medical service. The religious leaders are providing a spiritual service. The agricultural people, they are providing their service. So we, the security people, are providing a security service, or in this case, a correctional service. But in order to do that, sometimes we need numbers, enough numbers. But when you tie the issue of the security services with the profits for private companies, for banks, then you cannot manage to raise the numbers. The money goes away in other things. You now become a profit provider instead of being a service provider. So, a security service provider. So that's why, like in the case of Somalia, I've been telling them, why Somalia is a big country. You can imagine Somalia is three times the size of Uganda. And if you ask them, how many soldiers do you have? They have a few soldiers up to now, all these years. Why can't you train enough people to defend the country? Because they are linking the issue of defending the country with the issue of salary. We cannot have enough soldiers unless we have got money to pay them good salary. But how will you pay them when you don't have a government? The government is not controlling the country. Where will you get the money from? We, the NRA, for 17 years, we were fighting no pay. From 1971 up to 1987. Well, no pay. Who is there to pay you? The way I'm going to say, Tifikia mtuma, ngwenju yasya, atumunyarire mbyami. A man who was not very clever, he was told that your house is on fire. And then he said, oh, you people, you prepare the bed for me to sleep. Sleep where? Your house is on fire. So, we had to fight with no pay. 17 years from 1971 to 1987. All we needed was food, the gun, and the bullet. Clothes were optional. If you got them, you put them on. If you didn't go, the buttocks stay out. Somebody who is half naked can kill you also. That's how we're able to build an army for the country. I trained 28 boys in Mozambique. Some of them were recruited by Otafuire here, by Mbabazi, and others I recruited them directly. 28 boys in Mozambique, 1976 to 1978. There were other groups who had trained, but they had not come out well. But these ones, 28 boys, are the ones who built NRA. Because when the war started, in 1978, I came with them up to the border, to the front line. I arrived on the front line on December 23rd, 1978. And we started recruiting some Bapakasi workers in Tanzania on the other side. So you come and fight for your country. We trained them. By the time we crossed into Uganda, on the 11th of February, 1979, we had 200 already. 28 had produced 200. Then we went to a place called Ngarama. Ngarama is in Isingiro now. Put a camp there. By the time Amin collapsed in April 11th, we had 9,000 fighters. So that's what I've been telling some of our friends. Why can't you build capacity? These were not being paid. Because we were telling them, who is to pay you? Your country is on fire. You defend it, and then pay will come when it is ready. So in your case, we are not saying work for no pay. The pay is there. Maybe it is not much, but there are ways in which we can secure your future in cost-effective ways. And because we are not fearing numbers, then we can recruit enough numbers. We can recruit enough numbers. What is the the prison ratio, population? You don't have to, you send a smaller person. Get a smaller person to run. One? Oh, you tie it with the prisoners? Okay. Okay. Now you hear? So there we have got a yardstick that we should have, because normally police ratio, we say one policeman for 500 population. So Uganda now needs 80,000 policemen. We have now gone to about 50,000, I think. So we need to get these numbers, but with a clear strategy of how a poor man can defend his house. With that one, we can move. So here, the Commissioner General is saying one prison personnel for 3 prisoners. Since you have got about 60,000, you need at least 20,000. And now you are somewhere above 10,000, 12,000. So I appeal to you, learn my technique, because I am here. I'm here. You are not. You don't have. It's not a story they are writing about me. I am telling you what I did. In person, not a book you are reading. I'm standing here. How I built an army from zero to an army which defeated the national army, and which is now an international army, because I'm here. So you don't have to pay a consultant. If you have got some, if you want money, if you want to pay a consultant, I'm here, you can come and pay me. So please, listen to the success story and use it. Don't go on wasting time with that method of contracts. That's a corruption. That's a disorientation. That's how countries can't defend themselves, and they need to call the UN. Calling the UN is a vote of no confidence in yourself to come and defend you. So with these few words, It is now my honor to read the passing out recruit warders and wardresses instrument. I am, Dr. Yawasheza was worried whether I was satisfied or not, but I'm totally satisfied. And I congratulate them. They were very smart. Although I don't see any who was missing the step. I didn't see any. So I congratulate the Commissioner General. I congratulate the Commandant. What is her name? Sasi. Sana. Oh. Brenda Sana, the Commandant, and the other trainers. I congratulate them. Therefore, I read the passing out instrument. This is an instrument which I'm going to sign. I, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Uganda, by the powers and authority vested in me according to Chapter 7, Article 98, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda of 1995 as amended, on this Friday, 4th of March, 2022, hereby pass out 2018 recruit warders and wardresses of the Uganda Prison Services. Signed.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Once again, let's put our hands together for this noble situation. Your Excellency, all of them did well, but some exceedingly did well and qualified for award. And I will request you to witness the award of the 5 most outstanding recruit warders and wardresses in different disciplines. Parade Commander, chikundi cha zawadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers of UBC TV, we continue with the coverage of the passing out of 2018 recruit warders and wardresses on this 4th day of March 2022, just right here at the Kololo Independence Grounds. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda at exactly 14 hours and at exactly 2:15 has signed the instrument of passing out of the 2018 warders and wardresses who were categorized in 40 squads. Now, of all these, you notice that 7 of those exceedingly performed above all the others, and they will be now recognized and given some presents and awards for doing exceptionally well during the 11 months training.
Order number 17708, Warder Alyong Marshal Jude. Your Excellency Major Jude was outstanding in leadership. He was consistently smart while on training. He performed excellently well in academics. He's very good at parade. He's confident and is good at self-expression. He's self-motivated and is ideologically upright. That is the overall best. Alyong Marshal Jude. Your Excellency, the second one I will present is the best in academics, male category, number 19531, Warder Warrenje Fred. Your Excellency, Warrenje Fred is very disciplined and performed overall best in academics among all. He was number 1 among the 2018. He's disciplined, smart, and also with a very good self-expression. The third, Your Excellency, is the best in academics female category, number 18413, Wardress Chemtai Flomena. She was the best in academics overall in the female category. She performed very well. She's also very smart, good in parade, and very confident. The fourth person, Your Excellency, is the best in parade, male category, number 18378, Warder Nyanga Eric DC. Your Excellency, Nyanga is very smart. He's highly disciplined. He's very swift and meticulous in his actions. He responds very fast to commands and is always very alert. That is Nyanga Eric DC. the Best in Parade male category. The fifth, Your Excellency, is the Best in Parade female category, number 18816, Wardress Gussie Christine. Your Excellency, Gussie Christine is a very smart trainee, has been a very smart trainee, very disciplined, also very swift and meticulous in her actions, very quick response to commands, and always very alert. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for presiding over this award ceremony.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for Your Excellency and the awardees. Your Excellency, we are coming towards the end of this function. The Commissioner General of Prisons has prepared lunch for all of us here after the session. And at your wish, sir, would wish to have a sample group photo.
Hold on, young people, hold on. Just stay there. Some of those young people, they did well in school, but they lacked school fees. I didn't ask the first one, but the second one, the one from Bulamburi. He had passed what they call PEM, which means physics, economics, and mathematics. But he lacked money. The first one, I didn't ask him, the first one. There was the first one. Who was the first one? Mm-hmm. What did you study? You tell us on the relay here. Where and what? Come and tell us. Because sometimes these children who do well, sometimes it is because of education. They learn quickly because they are already.
Jambo, Your Excellency.
No.
Finally, I did mathematics, economics, and geography at Nyalia SS Lugazi. I got
at A level.
At A level, sir. I got 9 points. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough tuition to push me ahead.
You had passed mathematics or what?
I had passed economics and geography.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you should also take interest in them because sometimes they can be helped to continue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Parade Commander. Let us put our hands together for the parade commander for the wonderful job. He has handed over to his 2IC, Superintendent of Prisons, Josephine Nakakawa. In a special way, we recognize the presence of the parents of those who have been awarded gifts today here. They qualified to come and be part of here because of the excellency of their children in performance. We thank you so much for having such brilliant and disciplined children.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing here and witnessing is the response to the call of the 1996 Kampala Declaration on the prisons conditions in Africa. The meeting was held in Kampala here in the month of September in 1996, and 47 countries attended and participated. 40 of these were African countries. And one of the things that was resolved on during that Kampala meeting that was here in Uganda was the declaration on a prison staff, and it was decided that proper career structure and appropriate training programs be instituted in all prisons facilities across all countries in Africa, and Uganda, as the host of that Kampala Declaration meeting here, took it up so much. Now, to just let you know, the training school that we're talking about here started on the 26th of April 1950, and these are 72 years ago, when the Commissioner General, Canon Dr. Byaba Sheija, was speaking to us. He just let us know that in 2005, when he was appointed as Commissioner General, he came into prison services, and there were only 1,900 prison warders and wardresses. But just today, as we witnessed the passing out here, is 2,018 warders and wardresses, which is one intake that is bigger than what he actually found with the prisons services at the time. Now, this is the biggest intake ever witnessed in the history of the Uganda prisons training school, as we can see. It's been a very glorious day. It's been a very good day, and from the statistics that of course were shared to us here by the Commissioner General, he looks at a facility that has superintendents of a facility that has 52% who are remand prisoners, and these are very costly to look at and to look after and take care of. So he's got some requests to also just let you know, Uganda's prison services is the best on the continent of Africa and the fourth best in the world in terms of correctional services. When you say Uganda is one of the best, somebody will tell you how that is. But Uganda was voted as the 4th best in the world and the first in Africa to be one of those correctional facilities or centers that the world has seen or heard in a lifetime. It's very incredible, and it's one thing that we need to appreciate the prison services for. The people there, Canon Biabashaija and the team, the men and women who ensure that the services at the Uganda prisons, services for correctional and not really punitive as the history of prisons of course was. To also thank the Commandant of the Prisons Academy and Training School, Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Commandant Brenda Sana. She is the first female Commandant of this training academy and training school. I think we need to also appreciate and thank her so much. She just exhibits the empowerment of women that was ushered into the country by the national resistance movement many years ago. She's one of those ladies to celebrate, and what a time that this happens just days away from the International Women's Day celebrations. So she's one of those women that we need to appreciate. What we saw today here, all the numbers that we saw, the 2018 warders and wardresses, of these 554 are female, 1,464 are the males. And this time round, according to the statistics and the records, this intake of 2021, 2022 also had the greatest or the biggest number of intake of female wardresses. Now they're trying to hit the numbers from what we've seen and witnessed over the time. It means that the number of the service persons at UPS has increased to almost 12,000, which is a commendable number. We want to congratulate all the men and the women, like I told you, in the different 40 squads that constitute the 2018 warders and wardresses here passing out today. As we see the parade now getting off the grounds as we end this day today, we also want to very much thank the parade commander Tuyamre Eli and the parade 2IC or second in command, Mrs. Nakakawa, Josephine, superintendent of prisons. The parade adjutant today was Simon Lubanga Kene, Rosemary Nabiyunga, and the parade RCM is Wardress Violet Naguja, assisted by Nafuna Calorin, and of course the band, as you can see it here, is also being commanded by the bandmaster Mr. Nyeko David, who is an assistant superintendent of prisons. It's just been another very good day, and the best we can say is congratulations to all the warders and the wardresses for having gone through the 11 months training and for officially being passed out here today. We just want to wish them the best of service and want to see them serving the nation, serving humanity, and above all, serving their God.
ceremonies were led by a team of 3. Let me let my colleagues introduce themselves.
Your Excellency, my name is Hasio Adams. I'm a Principal Social Rehabilitation and Reintegration Officer. Thank you.
Your Excellency, I am Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Mary Centenary, and the Deputy Commandant of the Prisons Academy and Training School.
Your Excellency, Frank Baina, my name is Commissioner of Prisons in charge of corporate affairs. In a special honor, you are invited to the Commissioner General's lunch served in the tent next to below me here.
Ladies and gentlemen, for being part of the broadcast here at the Kololo Independence Grounds, where we have just witnessed the passing out of 1,800 warders and wardresses on this particular day here in Kololo. 554 females and the rest, of course, being male, as you can see. Now, it's just been another very good day, very shiny here, and of course with a very good weather. But above all is the numbers that have continued to increase in as far as the prisons service personnel is concerned. Just like I told you earlier on, this is a response call to a Kampala meeting that was here in 1996, dubbed as the Kampala Declaration. One of those was, of course, to get the numbers, to get the training, and to see to it that the prisons services or the prisons facilities, etc., get better. Now, training is one of those that, of course, the numbers that they need. So it's a response call for the prisons services and the prisons facilities in this particular country. According to the Commissioner General, what we just learned, we just knew from here, is we have 60,000 inmates in our prisons facilities across the country, and 52% of these are actually on a remand, which, according to the Commissioner General, is not a very good signal. It's not a very good thing. So he needs to ensure that the criminal justice system of this country, that's the judiciary, the police, the DPP, and all those concerned, increase on their time of looking through the cases and, of course, making convictions as they are supposed to do. Because he says, and of course he says, that looking after remand prisoners is actually very expensive. He needs manpower, he needs manforce, he needs manpower, and of course force from the convicts. My name is Jagenda Semakola Ziksoka. I just want to wish you all the best, and thank you so much for being part of the coverage here at Kololo Independence Grounds. We'll now take you back to our broadcast house on Nile Avenue in Kampala. Thank you so much for the team on ground here, and thank you everybody for God and my country. Stay blessed.